Brett when we get to it. I'm gonna ask Brett when I get there.
But I didn't get an email that there was any other comments. It was just the one. I remember them yesterday. Huh? No,
So
it's not.
we're gonna go ahead and start this meeting. If you'll please join us in with the pledge to the flag. Sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So I'd like to just welcome you all to our board meeting and then let you know that Trustee Westfall will be arriving a little late and probably will be joining us online until she gets here. First, we'd like to look at the mission and the vision of the Nampa School District. The mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. Our vision statement: every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for successful transition to the next stage of life. Excellent. Our student and staff spotlight.
So let's start with our students tonight. We do have our students from West who are in our fusion program, and I'm going to let Mr. Whitmore come introduce, and then you guys get it. We have several of our teachers and staff. Actually, Mrs. Beckman is going to, or
So we are from West. We are starting Fusion, which is kind of a hybrid project-based learning academy. We have 76 students, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. I am Mrs. Beckman. I teach the ELA portion.
Well, I'm Mr. Rhodes and I teach social studies.
I'm Miss Du and I teach math. And our science person wasn't unable to be here today, but we also have a couple other folks to highlight. One of them is our educational assistant. I'm Miss Ludlow. I'm the para in the studio. And so we have a space that the students get to work in to do projects and independent learning, as well as different areas for us to be able to call small group, which we call studio, which is just kind of a large space where a lot of things happen. Then we have a couple of 7th graders. We have Kaylee and Angelina, and a couple of 8th graders, Zeke and Paul, that are going to share a little bit about what we do at Fusion. And they have a commercial that they created. Okay.
Hi, I'm Angelina, and we are in Fusion. So Fusion is project-based learning that we do, and I honestly love it. It's so much fun, and we get to learn in different and fun ways instead of just doing like the same thing every day. It's always switching up, and so we're always doing new stuff and learning through fun activities.
Hi, I'm Kaylee, and I also really enjoy Fusion. I love being able to when I need to be able to work with all my friends to get something done, and be able to have a one-on-one conference more often with my teachers. And I just really like it, and I'm definitely gonna do it next week.
Hi, I'm Paul. Fusion is pretty fun. We get to do a lot of projects. It's really project based. And
Hi, I'm Zeke Rhodes. I joined Fusion kind of because my dad told me to. Yeah, it's a lot better than any of the schools I've been at, and I really enjoy it. And very interesting. Something that I'm doing this week.
Nice.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much.
Are we cueing the video?
Already, I wasn't too sure when I was supposed to click go.
I'm Angelina, and today we're going to be interviewing students from around the school about this program. Let's go. How do you like the Fusion teachers?
I think they're very good teachers, and I really like them because they help us when we need help, and they're always there when we're struggling, and so it's not like we're ever really lost. So we always have somebody to be there for us.
Okay, thank you. Everyone. Since Fusion has so many projects, would you rather work in a group or alone?
Well, it depends on what project it is. But it's mostly good with working in a group like the sustainability project. We're doing clean energy for sixth graders, and it's really easier to work in a group because there's so much steps to go through. So if you talk and discuss in a group, it's a lot easier and less stressful. But our last big project is easy to work by yourself because you can gather up all the facts yourself. And we had to create this 3D thing. Like I did cave painting. I did a 3D cave, and it was easier for me to do it because it was on my own time. So I could say everything and anything when I had the time. So it mostly depends on the project you're doing, but with the Fusion projects, it's easier to work in a group.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Hi, Angelina.
What makes Fusion unique?
Well, what makes Fusion unique is that we are, as a group, are trying to implement alternative learning techniques that actively engage all of our students. We have individualized learning spaces as well as group spaces to incorporate community learning and projects. Instead of teaching by grade level, we are creating lesson plans and projects that allow our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to work together to enable everyone to come together as a team to accomplish something greater than themselves. We are creating a sense of family and community along with a sense of educational excitement and responsibility. You're welcome.
Sean, how do you spend your studio time?
I normally spend my studio time working on missing assignments and late assignments and finishing everything that I have done.
Nice, thank you. What made you want to teach Fusion?
I was interested in teaching Fusion for a couple of reasons. First, I really like the idea of working project-based and collaborating with other subject areas to tie the whole subject into all the areas that we work on. And second, I like the idea of the smaller group so that we could really focus on getting
Thank you guys very much for coming and sharing with us. We really appreciate it. We're excited about the projects and the learning that you guys get to do. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Excellent. Thank you
Next, we
guys.
have Dr. Cindy Cook, who's going to present an award to one of our staff members.
Good evening, Chairman Simpson and board members. I'd like to introduce you to Tracy Becker. She is an elementary special education teacher at Greenhurst Elementary right now. She has been teaching in the Nampa School District taught some time, started as a para, and then taught 4th grade, and then I stole her, and she worked with me for Gateways for a number of years, and then I had to let her go, and she's been at Greenhurst ever since. And Tracy epitomizes everything we want in a special education teacher. She loves her students. She loves the staff she gets to work with. She's been a mentor to multiple people, special ed teachers, counselors sometimes too, and just helping people really understand disabilities, what that's all about, what it means for learning, and how to help them be successful. So I belong to Idaho Council for Exceptional Children, and so every year we award a student award, a teacher award, and a paraprofessional award. So the teacher award is called the Clarissa Hug Award, and it's statewide. So when they said, "Hey, Cindy, can you present this award to Tracy?" Like, yes, I certainly can. So I would encourage you, if you have a chance to go visit her at her school, to go do that. Her kids love her. Even for years after she left Gateways with me, her students would ask, "Where's Miss Becker?" She's just one of those people that we're so proud to have. And I would just like to recognize her publicly and just let you know what an amazing person she is. So we have a lovely plaque for her. And so this is for you.
Thank you. It's an honor to work with the kids that I get to work with. I love the job I do and can't imagine doing anything else.
Thanks, Tracy.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. Say stop, Brian.
Just my cue. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you all tonight. I read an article today that opined that people are in one of two camps. Some people are fighting the pandemic, promoting masks and vaccines. Other people are fighting against the pandemic, against its existence, essentially. Either way, people are fighting, and that's creating a weariness. This was the point of the article, that people are weary, more than tired. It's like a battle fatigue almost. And that's certainly my experience of what's happening in many of the schools. It's a daily occurrence where we get an email from our admin needing to have classes covered because staff are out. It's also a daily occurrence where I have many students that are absent for various reasons. I don't always know the reasons, of course. And I feel like by this point, most classes, teachers and students would have been hitting their stride. And I don't know that that's happened yet. It's a struggle. Not to say that learning isn't happening. I'm always happy to see the student presentations. There's a lot of learning happening, a lot of joy, a lot of exploration, but a lot of struggle and weariness. I tortured myself after school today by watching the legislature that was being streamed. I think many of them would be getting A's in speech class for their oratory, their rhetoric. They might be failing government, however. We'll have to see. That brings me to the point about looking at the agenda for today. There might be an action item about some money. So the state has released some money that, like much of the money that is flowing to the school districts, has limitations and restrictions. And so I just wanted to support the idea that this money would go to classified staff. They are all working incredibly hard, and I don't think any certificated or admin level employee would begrudge anybody getting some of this money. To the extent that some accounting wizardry can be employed to make that money available for others, of course I would support that, of course. Because everybody's working very hard under very challenging circumstances. One of the things that has chapped me from the beginning, really, of the COVID relief and the ESSER money is how difficult it is to get it into the hands and the pockets of the people who are actually confronting all these challenges day in, day out in our schools, in our buildings. And that's really very challenging. So any opportunity that you might have to make that happen would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Trustee comments? Right over here.
I just want to say thank you to our community in looking at our the personnel action report for this week. There are so many people who have stepped up to substitute, filling in cafeterias. It's just really heartwarming to see the community. I feel like in a way rallying to help support our schools. So thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, just a couple of things that happened in the last month. I had the privilege of spending a couple hours with Dr. Cindy Cook, Dr. Greg Russell. We went and saw the amazing things that are happening with special ed. And we went to I had to get the name right, the Functional Autism Support and Education that's happening at Snake River, and the amazing teachers there, Darlene Wells and Trisha Leedy Brickness. Hopefully I'll get that right, but just the one-on-one education that's happening and support for these students, it's really impressive. It made me so proud. And then we also visited Oahu's structured learning classroom, April Stacy and Daniel and Smith. So that was just it was really encouraging to see good things happening across the district. And then on November 10th, I went to the Centennial Arts Showcase and ran into Principal Michelle Tripp, who just led me on a quick tour. I'm like, no, you have things to do. You know, she showed me around, and just great stuff happening in that arts emphasis there. So thanks.
I think in between the meetings, I had 2 opportunities to be in buildings. One was at South, seeing teachers just engaging and just very open, inviting, wonderful atmosphere. It was really a pleasant situation to see all the teachers and students there, and also at the Columbia FFA auction, and they superseded their goals, and same thing, a lot of interaction, a lot of excitement, and a lot of good things happening in the building. So it was very positive.
Excellent, thank you. Is Trustee Westfall? Okay, just gonna listen. Perfect. I just want to comment really quick on the COVID data information that we received today. My mistake, I didn't notice it wasn't on the consent agenda, but this information is on our dashboard on the website. If you just go to the COVID-19 data, it is there. So it's public if you want to see that data, but it just came out today that we get. So it's kind of one of those, we always get it the day of the meeting, but hot off the press. So it will not be on the consent agenda this evening. All right. Next, we do have one person who has asked to make public comment. And Brett, though, I may have a question for you. So I just want to alert you that we might need your help a little bit. Shalina Dean, sorry, I missed. So I just wanted to ask you a quick question on this, because you talked about the health curriculum and permission slips, but then also marked about a complaint or concern about an individual.
I'm not going to like list any said individual or anything like that if that's the concern. But from the discussion that I've had, it appears that this does come back to at least one staff member at the school. But we're also in the process, but there's still some information that needs to be shared in this.
So, and it's not a problem, it just is a different format if you have a complaint.
Yeah, like I said, if I choose to take a complaint route, I can always do a grievance or, contact you guys, because I understand like personnel issues.
Yeah.
Look for them. I understand that. So I'm
perfect. I just wanted to clarify that and then make sure with our attorney that I was doing that correctly.
And then I would like to give you a copy of this so you have it to look at while I'm speaking. It's just here.
Do you need it? That's outside of our normal process. So.
Yeah,
No?
if you want to
I'll
leave
just
them,
later.
Tammy can give them to us later, but
That
yes.
sounds good. That sounds good. Okay. So my name is Shalina Dean. I have a student that attends Union High School. I would like to thank you, the board, the superintendent, for all that you do. I know it's a very daunting and thankless job at times, and I really appreciate you very much. So what I would like to discuss is in regards to, like I said, curriculum and some situations that are happening. So on November 10th, so this past Wednesday, I received an email giving me an update as to what was going on at Union, letting me know about exhibitions coming up, and letting me know that the children had an opportunity through Southwest District Health to do a class called Reducing the Risk, Building Skills to Prevent Pregnancy, STIs, and HIV. Okay, I'm very open with my kids. I teach them about sex. I teach them about abstinence. I teach them, our family values, okay? It's not something that I wished my daughter to participate in. It's also not something that my daughter wished to participate in, okay? So I received an opt-out form with this email. Again, this email was on November 10th. I talked to my daughter about this on Thursday. They started the class on November 3rd, a week before this permission slip went out. Okay, that's my first issue. And it's not a permission slip, it's an opt-out slip. I'm sorry, but I don't feel like opt-out slips should be the way to go. We should be given a permission slip and have an opportunity to choose whether our child participates or not. My other concerns are, it's a co-ed class, and I realize that they're high schoolers, but it's co-ed, and there's also no consideration about students who may have sexual trauma or things like that in their past. I was told that there is another option for the students. However, in my daughter's class, she was not told that there was an option, and she was told that it would go towards credit for her personal qualities when they do their exhibitions. So she felt like this was part of her grade and something that she needed to participate in. Then on top of that, she sent me pictures of her workbook to show me what she was working on, to show me, yeah, we already started this. And the first worksheet is Lee and Lee having a conversation back and forth about consent and what is appropriate as far as relationships and what is a helpful statement and what is not. So in light of all the issues in regards to curriculum, like it raises huge red flags about the curriculum, and I don't feel like as parents are being made aware of what is really in the curriculum that our kids are being taught. So that's something that I would like addressed and worked on. And then, like I said, the permission slips, and give us a chance to be parents and teach our kids the values without overstepping that, because this was a complete overstep of my students' wishes and my wishes as a parent. So yeah, I'm out of time, but if you guys would like the information, I have packets for all of you.
You leave it with Tammy, she can get us to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Is there anything that anybody found they would like to pull? Okay, so I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as it's listed.
I'll second.
Excellent. It was moved by trustee Kip and seconded by trustee Ross. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Approved unanimously. And then our first new business item.
So our first new business item, we discussed in the work session, and I think Mr. Gers is just going to brief us really quickly. You have a copy of the contract. It has been reviewed by legal. We have representation from ICCU here tonight. If you have questions there, at the short of it is, we would make a recommendation that we would accept this gift and move forward with equipping all three of our comprehensive high schools with the information that is outlined here.
That summary did a very good job of it, so I don't think I have much to add.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
question?
Yeah.
I believe at the work session, we were curious to know about any potential maintenance or district financial, in the future that may come up.
I can speak to that.
Thank you.
We did, ICCU has been a wonderful partner in this, and so at the work session, there were two things that came up: the length of the term. We did make an adjustment there. The thing that we've done by shortening that term, we believe that the likelihood of any required maintenance will be slim. And the recommendation also is with the revenue that we're generating through the sale of digital advertising, that if there were some small repair costs, that those could be addressed by the district. The other conversation that we've had with Clark from ICCU is our name's going to be all over that stuff, and we don't want it not working because it would look really bad for us if that equipment was not working well.
So can I clarify? So the term has been reduced by, just I'm looking at the contract, from 15 to 12 years.
With a possibility of a 3-year extension
Yes.
if the equipment is functional.
Great. And I think what I'm remembering is that the kind of the functional life was 10 years. So was that right?
Daktronics says it's solid at 10 years and likely to be closer to 15.
Okay,
They're
yeah.
like 10 years for sure.
Yeah, they feel good about 10 years, and then so that would give us potentially 10 years of proceeds to, yeah, okay.
And the revenue that we're going to generate is hopefully going to be substantial, depending on how well we market it, which is a big part of what ICCU is encouraging us to do. The other thing that I'll speak to is ICCU's flexibility around only requiring static advertising and encouraging us to seek out other advertising, even from financial institutions, I think is unique, and it speaks to the integrity of ICCU. So I really have appreciated that as we've reviewed some of the contracts.
It's the same equipment in each high school, is that correct?
Yeah, it would be adding the video boards in the gyms and then outdoor for our stadiums. And I mentioned this as well in the work session. ICCU was like, what? No audio? Of course we're going to add audio because they want it to be high-end, really nice stuff. And it's a huge donation, and I think that the terms are very fair as compared to some of the other agreements that we've made in the past.
So I don't mean to beat a dead horse on this, but so it'll be the same boards in the same.
Yeah,
each school will have wherever they place them and all, but it'll be the same equipment. So
it's not like Columbia is getting a super upgraded system or say Skyview or anything. But there are some unique circumstances around the equipment.
Sure.
And what's needed with each of the sites.
Great, thank you.
To one other point, the other advantage of going with Daktronics is that across the district we have Daktronics boards, and so not crossing over to a different vendor, it just makes the integration work a bit better. And I think I spoke to this as well. The other thing that's cool about these boards is they have replaceable panels. So if there is a failure, you can replace a small piece of the panel without having to repeat the whole thing. As I mentioned, Clark Rasmussen is here, and
Clark, please stand up. Say
Thanks, Clark.
And this is where the gift is coming from, but he's here if there are questions specific about it. Really, we just wanted to try and embarrass him.
I did not pass all my speech classes.
So,
Any other questions, discussion? Yeah.
Yep, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for the gift. It's very generous and very exciting, very much for the schools. I super appreciate the conversation, right, about your name being on there. Help me kind of walk through, because really I have to go by the contract and specifically what it says. So the contract definitely states that the district will take care of all repair and maintenance on it, and pass the warranty. So the warranties are 1 year on the audio, 5 years on parts. So help me, something happens. Who do we call? What do we go through?
So we would go through either us or Daktronics. So, and we've had connections with Ty Torgerson and Daktronics as well. And so we've done enough of these throughout the state that I think that there's contractually, obviously it's not in there, but I think there's pressure to take care of it.
So we would, even though it contractually it's on us, we would still call you and you would help facilitate with them through that. And so you've got quite a few of these up around the state. Okay, when something does go through, can you tell me maybe some ideas to give us an idea in the future, what we're looking at as far as, like, I loved it that sometimes it's just a portion of the board that can be done, or audio, maybe some kind of hit list items that you remember off the top of your head that happened.
We
or
actually
can
haven't
look
had
for.
any issues with any of them yet.
That's even better.
And we've got about 32 of them up in the state.
Okay.
And we have, knock on wood, that we haven't had any issues.
How long have they been out so far?
We've been running this about 18 months.
Okay.
So some of them have been longer, like Madison High School. Theirs has been running since, I want to say maybe August or September of 2019. And they haven't had any issues to my knowledge at this point.
Okay.
They're the oldest one.
The oldest ones, okay. Perfect. Do we have to go to bid on these? I noticed that was.
This
part
is
of the
a
contract.
donation.
Right.
And so we do not bid on donations, but the board, because of the size of the donation, does need to be approved by the board. They will purchase from whomever. And at this point, they've chosen Daktronics, but the donation is the money they'll purchase, and then we receive the donation of the equipment.
And they'll work with an approved NSD vendor, and that is Daktronics. Okay.
And then we're also going to work with an installer too. So we'll cover the cost of the installation, so you won't have any costs.
Thank you.
There are no other question. One more? That's okay. Go ahead. Or two more, whatever you have. Sorry.
We have to register with Daktronics. And when we register, it's on page 2, item 6 of the contract. That's part of our part. We will register with them. Is there a cost associated to that registration? I wasn't sure what that meant.
No, the only registration, what that is, so Crew Connect is the actual company. It's a subsidiary of Daktronics.
Okay.
And what that does is connects all of the universities and colleges in the country that use Daktronics equipment. That allows for students in this district to upload their content into this cloud, and then they can create a profile so they can be recruited based on their content that they create. And really the expectation on that is kind of what we've talked about many times with Steve and with can't remember your name, sorry, Peter. We've talked about those expectations that we have, and obviously there's a curriculum piece in it too. That is something we're very flexible. We understand that some of the schools might not be up to speed right this second, but the ultimate goal and the vision of this is to have students be able to create the content to help generate revenue and be recruited to go so that they can take their creative skills and go on somewhere else. It's just the intent behind it is really to have them do that.
Thank you.
Great
I like
curricular
that.
piece.
Educational piece is
Yeah.
helpful.
Thank you. That's
Give
right.
another avenue to CTE.
Mhm.
Seeing no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the ICCU donation agreement as outlined here.
Second.
It was moved by trustee Keller and seconded by trustee Kent. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I just think this is really exciting. I appreciate the donation. I think it's great for our students. I think it's great for sports. It's great for fans. And I really am excited about the curricular piece that will allow these kids to be part of that and create that. I think that's a lot of the future, and giving them this hands-on opportunity is really unique and I think really exciting for our district.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Approved unanimously.
So the next item on the agenda is Mr. Dewey's going to present. We do have some funds that are really narrowly targeted, and we've shared a plan, and he's going to explain that for your benefit. And questions?
Well, there it is. So ultimately, we received some new money from the governor recently. The governor's money was from the COVID relief funds that is up at the end of the month in December. So we've received $450,000 to go towards retention of classified staff and trying to do whatever we can for substitutes and all sorts of things. We have been using a good chunk of it, as you see, with $85,000. We are trying to help our people who are covering classrooms that are already currently working for us when we don't have a sub coverage. So those are our teachers that have to take an extra period. Those are teachers that have to take extra kids in their classrooms. Those are our paras that are actually acting as subs, and that we give them a $5 extra hour bonus for doing that, becoming a teacher as opposed to being a para. So we've done that with the money. Our goal is not to have to send or lose any of the additional money, because if we don't spend it before December 15th, it goes back to the federal government because we haven't spent it. So our goal is to provide some incentive payments for our people who are currently working. A big chunk of this, as you guys realize, we do contract out our brown bus, our busing, and our ABM, our janitorial, and our custodial. And so those are two pieces that we would like to support them. So our goal is, and we haven't determined the exact amount yet, is to spend about $100,000 on those two groups to provide them a little bit extra for the holidays as well, to basically tell them thank you for sticking with us. In other districts, those people are already part of their district, so it's just a little different from them, and we just have to have a contractor for that. We do have quite a bit of contractors that are currently work for us as well in the classrooms. A lot of our SLPs, a lot of different contractors. I talked to Steve today. There's about 65 of those we have in our schools. So we're looking at getting a little bit there, and the rest you will see the $500 payment to classified is what we're kind of hoping to be able to do with the rest of the money, and some additional substantive stuff that we're trying to do as well. So when it's all said and done, we think we need about 525. If you notice, we have about $450,000 available. So we're going to spend the entire thing if we can do this. The rest of the money, if you notice, a little bit of extra is going to come from, we still have some ESSER money as well that we had scheduled for special ed substitutes. Well, if you can imagine how hard it is to get a normal substitute in the classroom, imagine how much easier it is to get special ed substitutes. So that large amount of money that we had set aside, we wanted to try to put towards helping not only our classified, because the first step is only going to be classified people. We can't actually do it for certified, but we truly believe our certified have stepped up as well during this time. So we want to try to incentivize them as well with the same $500 payment as at the same. So we'll go down a little bit bigger. So we do have some for the 525. You'll see the different areas that we're trying to set aside money. We have the $20,000. We do have some health and welfare grant testing where we're going to be able to pay some people out of that. That one's $750,000, but we're only taking 20 of it to help support that. And 54,000, almost 55,000 of the 400,000 that we talked about earlier. That I was just talking about the money we set aside for their special ed. So this is kind of where we're kind of hoping to get, and to be able to provide something about the first week in December. It'll be a one-time payment that we will send out in order to meet our deadline of spending by December 15th for the state. So without this, we don't have a lot of good options. I mean, there's only so much to do for some other subs, and we don't want to send them to the back. We think this is a good incentive to try to keep people motivated to continue on with this. Classified workers especially are really hard to maintain, and to try to keep them here. A lot of our, remember, this includes also like our food service as well, and all those people who are working hard to try to get that money. So that's where we are. Any questions?
So, yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand that we have the majority of this, I guess in the kind of the, well, not the top half, but 450,000 was given restricted to classified only and for teachers that cover classrooms. So that's the only thing we can
And
use.
substitutes, yes.
Yes,
yeah,
okay.
Yep,
So if we don't use it for those things, then it goes away.
that's correct.
Okay,
It has to be spent by the substitute.
that's an easy one then.
Can you, Randy, address the questions that you were asked via email?
So I was asked
if everybody-
one question, and you'll notice here it does say certified teachers and admin. So this is every certified person except for one person in the district who's sitting at a table right over here. So other than Dr. Keller, every one of the people we've got anticipating getting the $500 incentive, and it would be up to you guys to approve whether or not she receives that $500 as well.
So essentially all NSD employees would receive this, is that?
That would be the hope. Now with our payments to ABM Brown and the contract, it probably won't be the full 500 because we only allocated so much for those budgets, and they ended up having more employees than we'd anticipated. But you don't realize how much these guys have. Like Brown Bus alone has 160, yeah. And so Brown and ABM has quite a bit as well.
Yeah.
So when we do that little bit of a budget, we're trying to work around that.
Sure.
For now.
Oh, sorry. I was going to just say undoubtedly it is well deserved. It's been quite a time, and seeing the shortages and hearing from our NEA president just now, that I think that was similar to his report last time about classroom coverage and absentee and all. So it is well deserved. It's been a very, very difficult time. I wish it could be more.
Yeah, I mean, we wish it could be more as well. However, we do need to be conservative because of our other budgetary things. We need to make sure we're watching.
Absolutely.
So I think we did have some of this money already set aside for this stuff. So we felt pretty comfortable that this was an opportunity to be able to do this for some of our people right before Christmas.
Trustee Ross.
The 450 from the governor on the substitutes, that has to be used by the end of this December.
December 15th is the day it has to be expended.
And we were told a month or so ago previously that we had raised the stipend for substitutes. So how much has been expended to date on that?
So to date, I don't know, because we have a whole new group that we're paying out this month. I'm anticipating by the December 15th to be the 85,000. We had already spent about $60,000 with retro, because we had a bunch of people who from the start of the year had covered classrooms and all that. And so that's how much we expended as of last pay period. And now we anticipate this next month being the total of it going to be about 85,000. So, and that's coming out of there. And then the rest will, from this month going forward, come out of ESSER funds.
Madam Chair, you're done. Can you get everything going?
My question is just regarding the bottom half of the paper. So Mr. Jersey, just scroll down. It says, and I'm not against this at all. I just want to make sure I have an understanding. It says the $500 payment to all certified teachers and admin. The math doesn't add up there. If you do 925 people, they would each get $600 to make it $550.
Yeah, so there's also 20% burden on top of that. So remember our Percy FICA. So our Percy 12 points on the percent there. Our FICA 7%. So our cost is so if you do 500 times 925 times 1.2, that's how you get the 555. Because we have an additional cost on top of that as well.
That was the part where I was like,
yeah, I would love to.
I'm not a math girl, but
yeah, trust me. Yeah.
That was
they went on
my-
TV.
That was my question. So for clarity, we're going to spend 525,000 on the top half for the classified, and then an additional 555,000 for certified.
That is the hope. Yeah. Okay. So the entire thing is about 575. Yes, 580. I mean, 1,000.
Yes.
$1,080,080.
Okay. Okay. Total is
It
$1
took me a
million
second.
between the two. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Yes.
I have another question, Trustee Rath.
That was it for me. There are no other questions? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the COVID pay for certified, classified, and contractors at NSD, including the superintendent.
I'll second. So it was moved by trustee Kip and seconded by trustee Keller. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think it's the, what has been said, the challenge of these times and the additional work people have put in across the board, the lack of being able to fill, whether it's nutrition services or substitute teachers, these folks have been working extra hard. And it's a small way to say thanks and to incent them to stay, which I think is the purpose of the funds.
Any other comments, questions?
This blanket across the bow giving of funds, I agree, everyone has struggled, and I would like to give it to everyone. I'd like to give it to families and students and multiple people. The purpose that this should be going towards for substitute shortage, the top half aimed to do with what we did to increase funds for substitutes. The rest of tonight's meeting agenda isn't lost on me that we're about to approve almost 1.2 million, but then turn around and ask for that again. And we did give 2.5% just across the board last year. Plus, in addition, the state was able to give an additional 2% at the end of the year across the board to certified. And so I'm wondering, where did that get us? Where did that benefit us? You talk about retention. I was able to speak to one of the three on our personnel report tonight that left. 500 wasn't going to make her stay. That wasn't the reason that they left. So what are we benefiting from this 500? And there are so many very specific ways that we can spend this money in areas of need of help to add. I completely understand your struggle of being able to spend money within all the rules and regulations, but we're looking at twice the amount of that governor's amount in December that the motion is looking to spend. It was very appreciated of the help that the state gave when we needed it at the beginning of the year. We were definitely struggling with our substitutes, and I think we did the right thing by saying, yeah, if you're covering extra classrooms, we should definitely be paying you for that. If we need substitutes in and we're struggling to compete for that market, we should be paying more. I agree with all of those things that we did, and we should be paying those out. That doesn't need this motion and this approval tonight. So the rest of it is money out the door that isn't positively benefiting the district, other than a thank you, which again, we do appreciate them, but I want to appreciate them in ways that are helping impact them in their daily jobs. If things like the COVID cleaning, let's get more janitors, let's do more things. If we have teachers that definitely give of their time and their own personal monies, what is it that they're spending on their students? Let's provide that for them. I feel like there's a lot of other ways that a couple $100 can go into pockets and help alleviate burdens that our teachers are facing.
Any other questions, discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Passes. as trustee Ross kind of gave us some foreshadowing, we do would like to chat with you just a little bit about where we are in looking forward. You remember in this memo back in April 19th, this board determined that, well, the motion is that we would run a levy in March of 2022. And so we just went back, made sure that was what the motion said. And then we wanted to begin the conversation. We didn't have this at work session, so we haven't yet gone to public input, but we, depending on what the board discusses tonight, we have things prepared in order to collect some public input. But Mr. Dewey is going to walk through just some information that we think you need to know as you talk about levy, potential levy, and what you would like on it or what you would not want on it.
All right, well, looks like I'm up again. This is a busy day for me. So here I am up here just asking you to spend an additional almost $600,000, and then I'm going to tell you the gloom of where we currently are with potentials of current ADA versus enrollment. So basically, what's happening right now in our environment at the state is that there are many districts like ourselves that we have up in enrollment from last year. Okay, the issue is because of many different elements and with everybody being overly cautious and everything, we have a lot of our students staying home for one reason or another. It just seems like it's now just okay to be at home, even if you just don't want to be there if you're not sick. So we have our ADA right now is very, very low in relationship to where we're at. We're not the only one. Our surrounding bigger districts are just as bad, if not worse, than ours. Normally in elementaries are in the 95% ADA, and we're down in the 90s, sometimes down in the 80s, depending on the day. So the other side of that is the state has a rule out there that basically a law that says, hey, you guys can't lose more than 3% of last year's amount. If you're going to do it, the unfortunate part about that is that amount, which is called the protection, you'll see up there on the middle thing up there, that's all paid for by other districts. Okay, so what that means is when West Data needs 60 units because they're protected 60 units and Boise School District needs 100, and we need probably 20 to 25 to get to that range. I don't know where Bonneville is, but I know they're low, so we're talking the top 4 there. And there's a little old place in Malad, Idaho, and Ida School District that had a great time when the pandemic hit, and they had an online charter, an online school that was underneath them. And now they are really low because everybody came off the online. It's going back to their neighborhood schools. So they also need a bunch of protection. What that truly means is last year we had the same difficulty, and you'll see that 19.21 here. We would have been all the way down to 613.95 last year had the state stayed in the ADA model. As you guys remember, they switched, State Board of Education switched and said, you know what, we're going to go to a new enrollment model that we've been working on. And that's how we ended up with basically almost, I remember our budget last year was 665. Okay. So we basically made budget as a result of that. Okay. Well, this year, remember our budget's 640. If the state stays ADA, it's and this stays relatively the same, which I honestly think they don't even know this number until January. This might even be a little higher. We're down to the 601, it's about 40 units shy. Now, here's the deal, because it's the protection side of this is statewide. So even though CUDA might be doing well, or Salmon, Idaho might be doing well, or Little Ryrie or something like that has been doing well, they're also going to pay in, which 2 or 3 units out of their budget is basically half their budget, right? So I don't anticipate us not being switched back to enrollment, but this is something that it's a political thing right now, whereas the State Board of Education is kind of waiting for the legislators to make this decision because they kind of got their hands slapped, and that's my opinion, last year by doing it. Unfortunately, as you know, the legislators don't come into play until January, so we won't know. Do I anticipate us truly being ADA? No. And the reason being is because of us big districts, we're blowing up this model, ADA model, and it just won't work. It was just too much money down for the environment. So I anticipate going to this area here. Now, that's a good thing, right? Look at the difference, quite a bit of difference in money for us. It goes all the way from 601 to say 675. There's an added step on this. Last year, I called for a little poison pill when the legislatures approved our budget. They also basically said that we as a state education system cannot use the stabilization fund. That stabilization fund, I think, was made back when our funding model changed back in 2006. And we switched from a maintenance operation, half maintenance operation from our patrons to a completely funded by the state through sales tax and other methods. They created this public education stabilization fund. In the past, every year, things like the extra amounts of career ladder that wasn't anticipated, the extra amounts of transportation and advanced opportunities, those type of things for anything above that, because those are statutory laws that are created. Anything above that goes out of this public education stabilization fund. So what's going to happen now, I anticipate is, yes, if they switch over, we're going to get something like this, but I don't see this big windfall of money. Because what happens is every dollar that then goes over budget that wasn't coming for, they will basically take on the back end and take away from us on our discretionary to give it back to even. If that makes sense. So it's not doom and gloom. I'm not freaking out because I'm pretty sure that the ADA model is it's just blowing up in the world we live. And enrollment's not going to be great. We have this big influx of cash because of the not being able to use the stabilization fund. I think we're going to be about where our budget lands. So I'm not freaking out, but I just kind of wanted to give you guys the heads up of where we are. If it does go to ADA, our backstop is we do have quite a bit of ESSER 3 money that we have the ability to supplant those funds, and that's what the legislator kind of wants us to do if they go down that path in order to spend down our federal funds. It's a bummer for us because we have a lot of great things that we want to do for kids over the years, but it'll just really, it'll spend that down quite a bit faster than we wanted. If we didn't have the ESSER funds, we would wipe out our fund balance. Then we'd be back to where we were when I came on board with zero fund balance, or negative 6 million fund balance, which will never go again. So basically that's where we are with where our current budget revenues project. And then I did a little bit of analysis on where we are for teacher, average teacher salary, and we're right above where we've got budgeted today. So we're good there. It's just this unit thing is going to really kind of be something to drive force for us going forward. Any questions on that? It's a lot of info right now.
Good.
All right, so the next step on this is to potentially talk about our supplemental levy and different things, right? Am I up for there?
Yeah, so the last point just tells you where our PowerPoint is going to lead us. We're going to share with you where we currently are anticipating spending money from the last year of the levy. We have identified the needs. You'll recognize these needs. We actually shared them with you in April. We've reviewed them and have addressed them if we needed to. Just a reminder that we have a plan to reduce the number of salaries and benefits that are consistently in there. So something that all of us in this room inherited, working back down. And then wanted to share with you where we are in the ESSER 2, which the board has approved, and where we are in ESSER 3. And the board has approved only a section of that. And eventually we'll have to come back and adjust the budget. We'll have to amend the budget. And then we also have gone through a process where if you choose to keep these types of categories, we've looked to see whether or not ESSER monies would be legitimate uses for that, identified which ones are and which ones are not. And then we share some potential options. So that's where we're heading next with the PowerPoint.
Right?
Good.
Next. All right, so everybody will notice. I'm going to go on this side so everybody can see which way is easier. I think it's 3 on that side. I'm on this side. So That's what we get. So everybody will recognize this. This is the 1.2, almost $13 million, right, guys?
Yeah.
And so when we go to that extent, one of the things we've looked at again, okay, so these are the areas that we obviously feel that it's important, or we wouldn't have asked for it in the past, right? One thing you'll be noticed is we did have a plan last year, which we're going to implement going forward regardless. We were planning on dropping every single year by $600,000. And so it's about 10 teaching positions anyway. So our plan was to get rid of the continued programs. The playground side, we're almost done. I think this last one is New Horizons. Is that right?
That's Hawaii is the next
Hawaii,
one, and then we have
okay.
a few years before they reach their 20-year mark.
Yeah, so we have a few more before we need it. You'll notice that we've not asked for the school upgrades again. Not that it's not needed. Those of us that are on the facilities committee, I mean, that hurts a little bit. But the reality situation in this market, it's a little hard to get some of these contractors to do the work. And we were able to pull quite a bit of our HVAC stuff from our ESSER stuff. So that helped alleviate some of our pain that we're doing with some of these funds.
Is that what that HVAC stuff primarily, or?
No, there were some other things in there that Peter's group has been working on in maintenance. And I don't know if you guys have gone by, but the West tennis courts look great. We have some of those things that we're just trying to work through. We got lucky in the Nampa, which we were able to do the roof and HVAC together, but any other roof project truly isn't ESSER capable unless it has some sort of component with HVAC. So we just kind of got lucky because it had to be done together, and the state allowed us to do it. So we still have quite a bit. I think East Valley's roof's in there.
Yep, East Valley would be the next big one.
Yeah. So and then South, I think, has the remaining of the roof.
Yeah, HVAC and stuff at South.
So we still have some. We're still trying to look and see what we can get in, but that's where we're at. The building security is super important to us, but we're still trying to get through our video surveillance systems. I don't know if you guys have seen the difference between our new systems versus our old. Greeny, you can't tell what a kid even wears with the new. You can actually, I think, read their shirt and see exactly what it says from a mile away, I swear. So it's
You're not quite that good.
yeah, they're not good. Let's not see the side, but it's amazing the clarity and it's the safety that it helps bring us as well, and some of these security upgrades we're trying to do. So I think that's super important. This early childhood, remember the one thing the state does not allow us to do is spend general fund money that they gave us for early childhood. So again, that's a super important, and this pays for some of the busing for that. It also pays for some teachers, parents that we're trying to do there for our kids. The one thing about it is we do have a special ed preschool, but they don't have any typical peers. So we need to have some typical peers in there. And this helps us so we can have a floating scale for people who don't have money. They can go into this without having to pay. So without that, it comes basically have not in preschool. And those are the people that can pay for preschool. They don't truly need it at that level. It's the people that can't that we need it in there. Activities, this remember is our busing. This is our pay for football pads. This is initially paid for wrestling mats, high jump pits and all that. The key here, if we don't have this, my first year here, we had to spend, every student had to pay $50 for sport to be able to play and to have transportation for their sports. So that's one thing that would come back if we weren't able to do any of this.
Mr. Dewey, this is also where we have our drama and our music and our band and our orchestra. So we try to support them with those big purchases. It's really hard to plan on their budget to buy the tuba, and individuals generally. So those type of things, and making sure that we have up-to-date current instruments. So that's the other thing that's in this.
And we also have elementary that we have in there as well. So we have, and this is in prior years, it was really great because this allowed our elementaries to be able to go on field trips and to be able to take those and then do some art projects and that kind of stuff as well. So that's all kind of mixed in there. Curriculum, you guys know what that is. We talked about that. And NPL, we do believe we have a little bit less need. One of the benefits of what we believe is that we were able to do all of our secondary devices off of E-rate monies as opposed to a lease. So that dropped down significantly. We do have some additional things still come up, so we weren't really we didn't really want to go below 2, but if, we're still looking around that. The transportation other, this is stuff like New Horizons, again, some preschool that did get caught up in here, things that we couldn't use our regular traditional busing for. And then activities busing here is what I talked about, $50 that we also done here. So when you total it, I don't see where that number is there.
It'll go there at the other one, Randy.
7.95.
Because it zooms in.
Oh, there it is, 7.95. See, it should have been on that side. So 7.95 is kind of where we think, this is kind of where we're at. This is not before we looked at any of this stuff to see what can we do for ESSER. That's going to be the next slide. Okay, so if you want to go. So this is just an example, a reminder of the 600,000 that we're trying to take off each year. So we take out 600 grand each year, so we can basically reduce what we can and move and bring down those needs as much as we can going forward. Keep going. All right, these are just an example of what we've already talked about with ESSER 2. We're still planning on spending all of ESSER 2 this year. We did spend about 800,000 last year. If you look at the budget, it's actually about 800 grand less because we spent 800 grand last year. So.
And this is just a reminder, the red ones identify the money that was already budgeted previously that the board just took action on. And then we have saved quite a little bit in PPE when we look at the grant that comes from health and welfare. We can buy most of our PPE out of that grant. And we had some of that budgeted in here. So we just wanted you to be aware. We told you this would happen, we plan, and then we get this little change. And so we wanted to highlight those areas that seem to be moving on it.
And just to let everybody know, every single one of these have positions filled right now. So there's not one position that we haven't actually filled in ESSER 2 with these. And we are currently working on the HAC upgrades right now. Lexi and NWE has been paid. And so there's not something there that isn't going to happen other than the stuff that we just talked about. Okay. All right, so this is ESSER 3. This is how much we received. Remember, it got split into two pots. The 20% of it needed to go towards learning loss and McKinney-Vento type homeless things and that, and then the rest 80% could go up into different areas similar to ESSER 2 and ESSER 1. They're real similar with all this stuff. So we're still planning on doing some HVAC upgrades. Again, that's why we're taking off our expectation on the supplemental levy for that. And because those are some of our biggest expenses. The one thing we got to watch though, if we do everything in 1 year, then it kind of gets us out of our cycle. So we just kind of maintain that. And we have some things that we have dipped into these areas because of some of the things we're having to buy, like the NWEA, some of those things we have to pay for different monies and stuff, and it hit into this area as well from next year. If you want to keep going. And we've gone through these with you guys in the past, so if you guys have any questions, please let me know. Basically, what we try to do here is try to say, okay, with all those areas that we talked about before, which areas actually fit ESSER, which ones don't? The 15, the 14, the 13, this thing. You guys remember all those rules that ESSER came out with? There's a whole list of stuff you could do it with. So what we tried to do is basically say, if we thought it could come in here, we basically put the number and said, okay, yes, some of these things we can do. So we can or cannot, if you want to keep going here. So here's where we're at. So this is our current, remember. So we talked about the 7.9 already. Okay. So when we look at this, if you take the difference here, this is things that we believe just have no ability to go into ESSER whatsoever. There are certain things that just truly aren't related to learning loss. I mean, I don't know how I could I say that our new playground is COVID related, and some things like that, some of our transportation, some of our activities. So our bare bones, we think in order to kind of maintain our same structure for our students in that, we think is a minimum of 1.285. Okay. Then we went through and said, you know what's realistic? Because yes, we can take that difference and take that out of our ESSER funds. But remember, we only had 21 million at an ESSER 3. Some of that's already spent. So the more we take out of it now, the less we're going to have to be able to kind of live off of for the next couple of years. So we tried to find a little bit of a happy medium with some of these areas. And remember, this one down another 600,000. So little by little, we're trying to drop that down anyway. So if we don't have to put it in there, that'd be helpful. You notice we would basically take $1 million out of ESSER and put another, leave $1 million in the supplemental as well. So we're trying to kind of mix and match and to figure out how to get that down to, the $6 million range. That's basically less than half of what it was in the past. And so if you remember what I was explaining, our current rate, I anticipate to be about 2.36. I mean, 2.37. I had it up and now I got it. So if I was to do the $6 million, 6165. All right, so I have to put a preface on this. I'm assuming that the value of property tax value is going to go up 10%. If we go to voters and that, I can't assume any kind of property tax increase because the law says you gotta, but I'm just trying to talk realistic with you guys at this moment in time. So a 10% valuation, we continue to do the $8 million bond, which we talked about continuing this 0.165 and our small tort, we would be down to 1.47 per $1,000. So we'd still drop almost another dollar per, even by going with the 6165. And so me personally, I didn't feel like it was too much of an ask. I mean, we're still talking about dropping. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't know if any of your property taxes that didn't go up more than 10%. So the other part that I have to remind people on is we're asking for a dollar amount, right? So since we asked for 12.895, we're asking less. That is a guaranteed dollar amount reduction for every single person, unless their value skyrocketed above everybody else's in relationship to everybody. So if I had a 55% increase and everybody else usually had 20%, I can't guarantee that. There's not much I can do. But if you had a 35 and I had a 35% increase, both of us are going to see reduction in actual dollars with the 6165 right now, regardless of what kind of property tax increase. So we're not going to get anything more than $14.6 million if we go to this. So I thought that was a pretty strong, compelling argument for patrons. But I would love to hear what you guys have to say. I think that's the last slide. Right?
I can't remember. It is.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So here's some things that we would like you to consider. So in April, this board said, yes, we're going to run a levy in March of 2020. We have talked at times of saying, hey, if we could take some ESSER money and deflate it and maybe not run a levy at all, that would be a really good thing for our patrons. You see where we are with our ESSER money. We probably can't see our way all the way around the corner. If we have to cover that swing of $9 million, our go-to place is the ESSER 3 pot. There will be a time when that probably will clear out for us, but right now it's really difficult for us to say yes, no. I think Mr. Dewey is right. We think that the legislature, particularly the Canyon County folks that we've talked with, seem really convinced that enrollment is a positive way to go. And we've heard that out of many places there. So one of the things that we told you that we would like to recommend is we would like at this point to ask our patrons what they think. Number one, would they support a levy? What kind of things would they support on that levy? At what's the price point that makes sense to them? So those type of questions. We didn't have a chance to talk about this at all in the work session in November. So we prepped a draft, but we don't know what your conversation is going to be like tonight. But we would encourage you to ask our patrons where they think we should go and use that information in any decision that you would likely make. Remembering that unless we call a special session, we really have one more meeting where you can actually take action. So we could review that information at the December work session. This board could consider it at the last meeting in December. If no decision is made then a new board who becomes active on January 1st would have to make this decision. I think the date is before January 15, 13. So they would have to make that, or we just couldn't run one in March. That decision would be made. So that's kind of what we would love for you to talk about. Which things do you value? What kind of questions would you like our patrons to give comment on? And what next steps that you might see.
So I'd like to just clarify, Mr. Dewey, the last two columns, the 1.285 is things ESSER can't be used for, but the recommendation is to run it for a 6.156. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
That would be preferred. And the reason I say that is we really do need the ESSER 3 funds. Because remember, ESSER 2 is going to be spent by the end of this year. We're really talking ESSER 3 funds only. If we have to spend every dime of our ESSER 3 to be able to take on some of these expenses that we would have had because of this and reduce other expenses, because obviously we would go through a whole new budget analysis with it. I think it would really hurt our abilities to help with some of the things we're really trying to do with ESSER monies as it is. So I think the 6.165 was a pretty good happy medium, in my opinion, of where we could go and still dramatically reduce the cost of our supplemental levy and bring our rate down to, like I said, about the 1.47. When I came on board, the highest we were in 2017 was 4.48 per thousand. So we would have basically dropped it almost $3 by doing this than what we had in the past in 2017. I think that's a pretty good story of what we've been trying to do, even though high values, we as a district have not tried to do that for our patrons.
If I can follow up, just one more related but different ask. With this plan to get us out of paying teacher salaries, if I'm reading this right, is that a 8-year plan then?
Go back to that one. It's like there you go. Yeah. I mean, the plan is little by little. So 600,000 a year. So you go 1 year, then we do another 600. Remember the levy. So the odd thing about this chart, the levy's the same both years. So even if we drop 1 year, that means that the next year we drop again. That's really 1.2.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, is the next year, and then it goes down every year. So we were going to use the difference to maybe bring down some curriculum. And that's basically what we were trying to do. So little by little dropping it down. I think if we try to drop it too much lower than that, we'll get to the situation, and Trustee Westfall was part of this, and so was Trustee Mandy Simpson, that we were just trying to wholesale cut during the oh my gosh days. And that was not fun for anybody. And so no, so that is, we really don't want to do that to our environment.
So we'd pull the money out of teacher salaries, but we'd end up using it for curricular purposes.
No, so basically what it is, so teacher salaries, when we talk about that, it's just less teachers. So we can't go less than what we had before. We would still give, because the state's still going to give us raises through the career ladder and all that stuff, right? We're not talking about that. Ultimately, we're talking about doing is reducing our workforce by about 10 teachers each year. So that's mixed between all of our teachers right now. We have 900 and some teachers.
So I need to clarify that, so that if attendance doesn't increase or change, because there are multiple ways that we would move or reduce by 10. So if our enrollment goes up, then we earn that, and so then it doesn't need to be paid there. So there are multiple ways to meet that 10 benchmark. But the idea is that it would be paid from general fund, which we generate because we have attendance or enrollment, and not because it's on the levy. Does that make sense? There are multiple ways to meet that 10 number, that 600,000 coming off supplemental, and either moving it into the general fund because we earned it, or reducing by 10 because we don't have the student enrollment to justify it. That I wanted to make sure that.
So our overall numbers could go up if our enrollment goes up.
The other thing that's really key here is that we are looking in our curriculum adoption cycle. We are not too far away from an ELA purchase. I know it just seems like yesterday, but our curriculum will soon be 10 years old. That's a significant purchase for us. So we have to have enough money somewhere. And state doesn't offer us money for that. So we want to make sure that we have, it's about $1.2 million purchase for us.
It'll be a $2 million purchase. We'll carry over 800,000
plus the 1.2 million that you scored through from the levy here would give us about 2.1 million to make that adoption 23-24 school year.
So if you go back to the other one, you can see that the 600,000 under curriculum, that 650 is to try to make sure that we have the money we need in order to do a full curriculum ELA, English Language Arts purchase, and not just a K-6 or a 7-12.
Could we, Madam Chair, could we unpack that curriculum forecast a little more? So you would anticipate for 22-23 that we would need a K-12 adoption. That would be materials and training, but no staff, correct?
You would start going through the adoption process in 22-23 with the hope of adopting it by 23-24. So that would be when you would hold the committees, hold the parent input groups, look at various vendors. We would do that 22-23.
And Trustee Westfall, you are right. If the state restores professional development money, and remember last year they only restored it to 50%. JFAC has said we do want to restore that. That means that the folks who are currently either on ESSER or some other source because of that reduction would go back into that fund. And so the numbers we are working right here really are for materials, professional development. They are not salary.
So we would anticipate for the ELA purchase in 23-24, materials, et cetera, 1.3. And then, so what would we buy in 22-23?
So 22-23 is when you would use the 1.3 plus the 800,000 carried over from this year to purchase it. 23-24 is probably the question you're looking at. That's when we could do a further look at further adoption for 7-12.
Yeah, Mr. George, you just need to go to the last one because these two are kind of related, but not.
Sorry, I think that was
Yeah.
okay.
So we moved quite a lot out of that curriculum that currently was in there in the anticipated needs, knowing that as long as we have the 650 plus the money that we anticipate carrying over, we would be okay. 650 per year, because that's a 2-year number, that we would have what we need for ELA. So Trustee Westfall, I'm not sure that we answered your question yet.
No, you didn't. What other curricular area would be coming up again?
So you are aware that we're continuing to go through the health curriculum. We're currently working on PE. There are 2 or 3 other pillars there. Are there other things in the cycle?
Yeah, science is coming up, but to answer your question, Trustee Westfall, we could 800,000 this year. You have 1.3 million over 2 years, broken that into 2 years of 650. So this next year we would take 650 plus the 800,000. That gives us what, 1.4. During that time is when we start with doing the curriculum adoption cycle, looking at vendors, looking at purchases and prices. And 23-24, we get another 650,000 for 2 million total, and we would adopt it that year and then pay for it and have it implemented in schools. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So as we go out to the community, should something pass here about the curriculum, we're continuing our plan to make sure our teachers have materials that are refreshed and aligned with the most current standards. We know that we want to look at English language arts, and then we also have physical education coming down the pipe. So as a community, if this is something we want to continue.
Yeah, we want to continue the full adoption cycle. We will probably want to keep looking at that number or maybe even more. This is really scaling back, considering the situation we're in with property taxes and ESSER dollars and all those things too. This is a scaled back dollar amount for curriculum. We want to continue our full adoption cycle that we have the previous 8 years. That number would probably most likely.
Yeah. So, and then we do have some money labeled in ESSER that could contribute to the curriculum to add to that.
Yeah, so remember our ESSER 3 learning loss is an area that curriculum adoption is, especially ELA, that's a big part of our ESSER 3. So that can also help pitch in, which is part of what we would use as well. And so if you go back, I think that was $6 million. Yeah, 5.3. So we have 5.3, almost $5.4 million there. We have some of that already spent, obviously, but those are areas that also can help supplement a little bit for some of those as well.
So next to that, so things that ESSERs can't be used for curriculum, there's a dash.
So it can be used
It
for that,
can,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so these are areas that we think that the $1.2 million is areas that we couldn't find in ESSER rules that in the 1-1.
And then personalized learning, no staff there again, it's devices and all the other great things that make our tech work.
We do have some individuals in our tech world. We have, I think, 6 or 7 FTE because in NAMPA, in the personalized learning, it is, when you have as many devices we have, in order to keep up with that, we have to have a pretty robust IT department in order to do it. And most of these, I believe we have 3 tech help desk people, and then we have some trainers in there as well. Previously Dallas was in there, some of these others are in there as well. But with this $1 million, I don't know exactly. We haven't done exactly which positions would come in there and what does. We do, like as Dr. Keller said, we're hoping that the state will bring back full funding of our IT and our IT staffing as well. If that's the case, we can move some things over there. But with as many as 15,000 devices in our system, that's more than most businesses in around here with twice the staff. So it's very difficult to reduce our.
And you see there's already ESSER money that we've labeled to continue the devices and those type of things. So we've taken a large chunk of this and said we're going to use some ESSER money. Bottom line is we could take that all and move it on ESSER, then we just have to pull back on other plans, which means we're not going to do summer school for as many kids, or not going to do after school, or we'll pull back on mental health providers or something that's in that plan, because then another piece of this is being used by ESSER.
I mean, I think the hard thing to remember is, yes, we set out on this because curriculum hadn't been looked at for so long, right? And so, but now we're getting to a point where it's almost time to cycle back through curriculum. So that's a piece that's not gonna go away. I don't foresee that going away. Like, you're always gonna need curriculum for students. And so it's an ongoing thing that unfortunately we get very little funding for curriculum from the state for that piece. It's down to 0.
So we get no money from the state curriculum. We used to get a little bit, a couple $100 grand.
Yeah.
My first or second year, but after that we got 5%.
Yeah.
Nothing dedicated for curriculum funding.
Right.
So this is a suggestion. We do think it needs to be massaged by what the board thinks would be priorities. This is the administrative team saying these are things that are really important. Whether it's supplemental who pays for it, or whether it's ESSER, they are a priority. And then we'd really love for our community to say, you know, don't worry about playgrounds. Not important to us. We prefer not to deal with that. Or early childhood or building security, so that we could take that input and then perhaps this number comes down. Certainly the board would be aware of the priorities that our community values that are listed here. And then I think it would be wise of us to just kind of measure whether or not folks would support a supplemental levy, and what would be the things that would encourage them to, or what would be the things that would say not so very interested in it.
Our levy in the past, gosh, since the financial crisis, right, has provided things the state simply does not provide us enough funds to do.
Absolutely true.
I have often referred to it as the thing that fuels our improvement plan, because we didn't have current curriculum. We were charging kids. I was listening on the phone, just this reminder of things that we know we can do, and then we no longer do, like charging the kids. You know, looking at early childhood, all of that, devices. We had great devices, and it was a vision to have it in every classroom. and the levy sustains this, the state doesn't. Are these still the right priorities for our community? I had appreciated the public input plan that was outlined earlier in the fall, not in April, of what we were going to do to engage and say, is this still what we value for our tax dollar investment? Because this is the one way we talk a lot about parent choice and community choice in their schools, because we don't get many choices with our state dollars. It's just bare bones. We make choices, and we provide an opportunity for the community to weigh in on those choices. Is this what we want for our schools? I was hoping to see that survey data, and so I would be interested in hearing from the community. Are these still the right priorities? Is this still the investment we want to make in our schools?
I agree. Or have things changed? Because many things have changed over the past few years. And a couple of things for me just come to mind of getting that input on a broad scale. It would be kind of interesting to note those from our taxpayers, those from parents and students and staff, kind of in that breakdown on this scale of priorities, plus other ideas that they may have. And also recognizing it was also a campaign question for our trustees. They ran and answered on that, and we had quite a voter turnout that also responded to that. So allowing them the opportunity as well in January to weigh in on that and have some decision factors, I'm not opposed to either.
Yeah. This is kind of the status quo pared back, but we don't know the things that maybe our community wants. That isn't on the list.
May I ask a question, Madam Chair? Help me understand how we poll the community, and do we do just families in the district, or do we go out to citywide taxpayers? How is this sent out via email to district families? Is this how do the community members, how do they get to take a survey, and what kinds of questions are asked on the survey? What does this look like?
So we have a rough draft, but and maybe it would start you thinking down that line. We've already talked with the Chamber of Commerce to help us reach our business community. City of Nampa would allow us to access some of those patrons that we don't, that are in our community but don't have children in our district. We certainly have access to those that have in our district. I think we have a student subgroup that we think is really important. There's a group of our students that we talk with regularly. We would love to hear their voices. And then of course, staff and that type of stuff. So I don't know if you want to see it. I don't know how you want to proceed. We were uncomfortable moving forward because other than a decision to run a levy in March 22, this board hadn't given any additional direction to us. So it was difficult to determine what kind of questions would be appropriate.
I agree with Trustee Westfall about getting the patron input. What kind of a timeline is realistic? Is it realistic that at our December work session, we could have some good data about that?
You remember our survey related to ESSER spending? This one is much simpler. Topics are there. There's a place that we suggest that there might be ideas that aren't here to open up that window that Trustee Westfall just welcomed. So maybe there's something out there that isn't on this list that our patrons would say, we really think you need to think about X. There's a little bit about what's most important to you and considering whether or not you would support a levy. And then again, totally draftable at this point for your input. So we've identified some key stakeholder groups, some initial questions, and then a way to collect input. And that information, we had it open a week, and we had over it was 2,500, I think 2,500 responses. We did not We did not use the Chamber Avenue during that time. We used the Business and Education Committee. But I think I know our chamber would allow us to access that whole community. And then I believe our city would allow us to get to those patrons. Certainly, if not the city, our county has that information and we can narrow it down to our attendance.
And that 2,500 response was fairly good in what I've seen us do over the last couple of years. Is that?
And that 2,500 was just patrons of it, was just families of the district.
We
We
had
mentioned business.
staff,
patrons.
students, parents, and we did have a place for patrons. We just didn't have, that wasn't a very big number. And the majority of those responses were parents. Of the 2,500.
I would be excited about a December work session where we got to sit and craft the questions of what we were thinking to go out. And you can even get it put out in the paper, and there's a lot of great ways to do that. And I wouldn't mind being a part of that process at a December work session.
I wonder too, if there'd be an opportunity for folks to come and talk to us. To just talk to us about it. And, town hall isn't quite the vision, but to come and listen to what they think. It sounds like the superintendent has, and we see it here, what this would look like. We know what curriculum would be coming up, just, and maybe chunk it into big pieces and in other category where we just listen.
And maybe we shape December work session to be that listening session, or at least a part of it.
Yeah, I'd love to have some data from a survey then. That's what I'd like. I'd like to see some information then, and then possibly have a listening. Maybe we could use that for a listening session in addition to an extensive survey. That would give us some significant information, and it would be on a short timeline. It would be a quick opportunity to get public comments, both written survey comment and then public comment. That'd be helpful. Is that the kind of thing, Trustee Cliswell, you're thinking?
And then this board could still decide in the work session, or the regular meeting in December, whether or not they want to make a final decision and give us guidance, or whether or not. And we appreciate our incoming trustees who have been able to make it to hear this conversation, so that you're not so far behind in the conversation that you will be right caught up to speed.
If you already have a draft ready to go, that's something that you could email out to us and we could preview and look through.
And we will email it to you. Again, draft. And we'll put this up online in the board packet.
I'm not sure what we used the last time on the ESSER funds. The survey that went out on the ESSER funds was a little clunky, hit a lot of spam, said from superintendent, insert name here. It was, and we talked about, so I don't, maybe we can either not use that one or refine that one from the ESSER survey. And the other feedback I got was there are a lot of acronyms of not understanding. So, and look like NPL, even a lot of people aren't quite understanding of what that is.
And I think all of those are spelled out here for the most part. And I still think there's nuance at the beginning in the description of what we're asking to add to the information and create the context.
That would be
Again,
nice.
we didn't know what this conversation was going to be like, so placeholder.
Do trustees, do you want a little more time to take a look at this draft and maybe submit to Tammy? Can we do that? Can
What's the
we
timeline? Sorry.
submit, sorry, I gotta look at a calendar.
And it'd be really helpful to have it open for a week, or if you're gonna,
Yeah.
over a weekend and then, some full business days. And then a little bit of time to disaggregate and produce some reports so that you can access the information.
Because the work session is the 6th.
The
is that correct?
6th,
Yeah. Okay. It's still 3 weeks.
Yeah. I'm wondering, I mean, Tammy, I'm kind of looking at you at this point, if we had it in by Sunday. Any comments, or to you Sunday? Do you feel like that's doable or no?
I'll pass that. I'm not working next week. I'm taking vacation.
Okay,
There will be
and that's
staff,
fine.
though, that's working.
Okay,
So it could potentially be open then, like that last couple of days in the first part of the month in December.
Sure.
Is that
is
Are
that
we changing the deadline for the
stretching?
packet?
I don't think that you'll have the data to review a week before December 6th.
Right,
Use that deadline,
right.
But you'll have the information to explore
On that meeting?
as soon as we have it
Yeah.
aggregated.
how long would it take to disaggregate it and all? Do we need to build some time in for some folks to work their magic with that?
Sure. It's
Yeah,
important
we're just hitting a
information.
crazy time.
Yeah,
The software
Yeah.
allows us.
You want it open for parents to be able to.
We
take
do,
advice
yeah.
As well.
Yeah. If we did that well with a week, and that would seem to be a reasonable amount of time, with ESSER, is that a reasonable amount of time? I mean, that's.
Well, I'm even wondering, what if we don't maybe have this information for the December 6th, but if we, on the listening session that we talked about on the 6th, like having that a part of the work session is a listening session. And then, if it could go out maybe that same week as the 6th, so that on the December 20th meeting, is that enough time? I don't know, maybe it's not, maybe it still needs to go out, December 1st.
Feels like a really better.
But you could have the listening session while this is open, close it, and then that would give parents and community some extra time to respond, and district some time to disaggregate.
Yeah. Having it open after the listening session, I think it feels strategic, so that folks may get some information in the listening session that they didn't understand from the survey that could be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. We'll kind of create a buzz. They'll know what's
Yeah.
out there. We'll get more input.
So if we could have comments in by Sunday, does that seem to, I want to also have it in before you guys have to think about your Thanksgiving weeks and with your families. But then if we can plan, and maybe Superintendent Keller to shoot for like December 1st through December 8th, the survey's open and live, and then would that be enough time?
I think you can extend past the 8th, if our meeting's not until the 20th, now, unless you want to meet the week deadline ahead of time.
Well, I'm just trying to think, like, so that there's enough time to close it, to disaggregate the data a little bit, and then possibly have it in the packet for the 20th.
So.
Because I'm optimistic. I'm
By
hoping
December
everybody's gonna fill
13th
it
in the
out.
packet, or December 14th in the packet?
Yeah, the 14th in the packet,
So, what's the Thursday before that?
the 9th.
Oh, well, okay, what is a Friday before that?
The 10th.
The 10th?
Yeah.
Good suggestion.
I'm just trying to think so that we're not all rushed, and hopefully people can enjoy time with their families.
Are we sending our feedback to the superintendent since our clerks are gone?
Yes, thank you. So we'll send that to you. We can have those comments and suggestions or clarifications on these things to the superintendent by Sunday. And I think that doesn't mean you have to do anything with it on Sunday. I hope you know that, right? Just because the email comes in on that day. Thank you. Does everybody feel okay
Yeah.
and kind of moving forward?
Wish we could have kept our original timeline.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not sure what happened, but it just feels like a lot of rush.
Remind me of the original timeline.
At our October 4th work session, we were going to brainstorm ideas for different models. I'm looking at something on our prior meetings. November 1st, review stakeholder input. And then, so we would have had a lot of information coming into tonight.
So neither of those work sessions was that really very much of a topic. So
yeah. Okay. Move on. I did put possible action on there because I wanted to uphold to us being able to do work if you guys felt so moved, but I'm not feeling it, so I'm gonna move on, but I'm gonna pause and make sure that I'm reading the room right. Okay, so next one is calendar discussion. And I just kind of wanted to bring this up. I know that we all received the email that you see here, and I know there's a lot of things that go into the calendar, and we all know that. And so I just wanted to put a discussion item on here, just so we could address it. No possible action necessarily. We felt like what was being asked for next week just wasn't doable in the time frame to be able to talk to parents and right, and then make a decision possibly tonight and then change things up or not change things up. But I wanted to talk about how do we feel about the calendar moving forward, continuing this year. Are there things that we feel like we're hearing we may need to address? Anything like that?
If I remember correctly, aren't we already short on hours that we already had to approve because we were short on hours for at least high school, secondary?
For first semester, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
not for
and
second.
it's either a day or B day. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so one of
the
the
one
days
day,
was short
yeah.
by half an hour maybe or
Yeah.
something like that.
A little more than that.
More than that,
Yeah.
okay. So we do, so the calendar, so if people are requesting maybe some more time off, we would maybe have time to play with the second semester, but not the first semester. I'm just making sure I have an understanding. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes.
The calendar committee did hard work on all of
Yeah.
this, and so, but it was just a question to raise, you know.
So thanks for making it broader. So for folks who may not know, they can see it in the packet. We had a teacher ask if Thanksgiving could be a full week off. So
Correct.
add 2 more days.
Yeah.
Is it in the packet?
It is in the packet.
It's an executive content.
Oh, it's in there, yeah, just that you guys got that email, yeah.
Yeah. And the day that they get off for working, a compensation day for working parent conferences comes in April, so it's not as close as the time they get exhausted
Yeah.
doing it. And I was thinking about processes, you know, and our process isn't for an individual to petition the board for a change in the calendar. So I was reflecting on how do individuals know to influence the calendar? So when you brought it to the bigger thing, I'm sure folks are working on the calendar. Is this a good model of it? And but I haven't heard a lot of feedback about that particular one, just an individual.
Right.
I wish I could wave a magic wand and grant their request because I know they're tired. But I know the superintendent and the calendar team certainly will probably be doing surveying and things like that.
Correct.
to get that feedback from teachers and from parents, I would presume.
I'm curious, just because we're talking about Thanksgiving, there was a time we took the week off for Thanksgiving, NSD did. And then we changed back to this. Is this the second year we've been back to this? And why the change? Does anybody either?
I can remember. I think it is the
Enlighten me.
second year.
Yeah.
So part of the reason is secondary. Would
Mid-seat
like
time.
to finish the
Yeah,
semester
right, good.
before the Christmas break. And it makes it really tough to do that unless you go back early in August. And
People
of
didn't wanna
course,
do that.
nobody wants to come back early in August. And then it creates kind of this imbalance of days in first semester and second semester. So you do have to do creative things, which I feel like our calendar committee did that. And they did that and they listened to the groups that provided information and said, but I think it's important, right? It's our job to ultimately vote and set the calendar. That's one of our jobs as trustees. And so I think it's important to kind of take note and even to think like moving forward, should comp days be immediately following those parent teacher conferences? Because folks need a break. I mean, this year, I think that's the thing, like 2 12-hour back-to-back days hit harder this year than they have in the past. So.
And the norm really wasn't a week off at Thanksgiving.
It
That was
was,
a
yeah.
product that came out of the
Yeah.
cuts we had to make.
Yes,
True.
It was.
yeah, it wasn't a happy
Thank
smiley,
you.
yeah,
Yes.
it was a budget saving.
Yes,
No, for the
furlough, yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to bring it to light. And we do, yes, we rely on our calendar committee and we do rely on them to give us a recommendation and do that. But it really is the board's job. And so I appreciate, because it brought to me that process of like, yeah, how does somebody go about doing that? And I think it's probably something similar like this, right? If we had a group of folks asking or it coming up, like, it's just good to talk and discuss and not necessarily, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. If we could wave a wand and grant people, some rest and rejuvenation and, of course, we'd all want to do that. But yeah, sometimes based on how things played out and things that have worked, it may not be in the cards at all. Or it may not even be something we want to touch. Any other questions or things? So, you know me, I like to get us thinking about stuff.
Is the
So
calendar committee
just,
meeting?
The calendar committee has been seated and I think their first meeting is not yet determined.
Are there
But they're
equal
working on it.
Equal parts elementary and secondary teachers?
2 elementary, 2 middle, 2 high school, some admin, 1 from the elementary, 1 from the secondary district office, parent, special administrator, so of special programs. So the negotiated document outlines the 13 numbers.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you, guys. Seeing nothing else, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the monthly budget status report.
Mr. Dewey is here if you do have outstanding questions.
Questions for Mr. Dewey?
Ready for me?
Too much.
Too much finance talk for me. Gosh, I am crushed, guys. I think it's because it looks so good that you guys are just. Oh.
It's so early. I did that peruse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why write that one
Yeah.
down. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
great.
I'll just say this, I told you my concern with ADA.
Yeah.
Without that, everything else is great. I don't see us anticipating anything different at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you for that percent.
Yes, thank you. Excellent. Policy review.
Great, so we've grouped these in a couple of different ways. 9500, 9610, and 9805 are ready for a second reading. You can, the blue highlight are the changes based on the comments from the last time. Red were either initially for the first read using the ISBA policy. And so if we've represented those ideas to your satisfaction, those could be ready for a second and final read.
How do you want to handle it?
However, I'm,
Madam Chair, if I may then.
yes,
I was okay with everything. I had one comment on the memorials on school grounds policy. It's 9805. I think you did a great job capturing all the comments that we had in the first read discussions. The one thing that kind of struck out at me as I read through the whole document was we put a lot of time and consideration in the board approving a memorial, but then in one paragraph, at the district's discretion, it can be removed at any time for any reason by the district and not the board. And I just thought
What paragraph are you in?
the fourth.
So would you like, so I guess this is meant like if we have to build a baseball diamond and the trees in the way, then we might do that. So would you be okay with district and or board? Would you like it, assuming the board approved it in the first place?
Right. Did it strike out to anyone else? Just as, I mean, I'd love for there to be consensus.
That the board would decide to say yes, and then that.
You want to approve it like if the tree has died?
Well, no, so I'm with you and okay. So if we placement of any memorial, permanent or temporary, such as a tree or plaque, may be removed, transplanted, taken down, or discarded by the district in the event the school is experiencing demolition, modification, if the tree has died, or for any other reason that the district determines that the memorial should be removed or moved. It's probably the or for any other reason.
So keep that as board in that part.
Or maybe just strike the or for any other reason. Maybe, because the other ones are good reasons. Demolition, modification, something's died. I don't know. It just seemed like there was a lot of stipulations about all the different ways and types of memorials, and considering requests go to the board. And I don't think the district would ever do this, but it's just the way that it's written, that says, yeah, then they go through all that, and then tomorrow the district goes, yeah, I don't really like it there. It should be moved over here, or we should take that down, because maybe even a couple of years, that district principal doesn't even know why that's there. I don't know. It just struck to me that it was very easily removed after a lot of effort was put it through the paces of someone putting it in writing, talking to the families, getting board approval. But any reason the district determines that the memorial should be removed or moved, it could be. I will leave that open to my fellow trustees for any further.
I understand, I think now kind of what you're saying. I didn't read it that same way because I think I was on like, yeah, if a tree dies or is infected.
Yeah, we were
something,
looking
then
at
it needs to be-
operations,
yeah.
you know, moving it, replanting it died, sounded more like a administrative task than a board task.
Yeah.
But
Agreed, and the wording just made it kind of all inclusive.
I think that makes sense to cut off
That for any other reason, that part.
yeah.
Then are we making it so narrow?
Oh, well, that's what I
If
wondered.
there's is another reason, it's like, well, there's only 3 reasons. We can go down. You know, I don't want to narrow it so much that,
Just because it's not outlined there doesn't mean that, you know, if there's some extenuating
Right, I'm
circumstances,
sure.
but yeah.
I think with the word as such as, it doesn't mean such necessarily imply
Only.
only.
Oh, good point, yes. Yeah.
So
Striking
trustee
that.
Ross ends at the word died.
That's fine.
Well, not really end, just strike or for any other reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
That, or for any other reason. that.
Okay.
So what's it gonna say then?
They're just striking the words or for any other reason.
In the event the school is experiencing demolition, modifications, or if the tree has died.
The district determines, can determine, or may
Yeah,
determine.
it needs to change more than that.
Kind of wordsmith that.
If memorial should be moved, removed, and whatever.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and I liked that down below, the board
Yeah.
didn't need to approve smaller items that could go right to that building principal. I liked that it went to the other directors for the beginning initiation. So everything else is great.
Any other comments, suggestions, changes that anybody saw?
And for the record, I mean, not on any of the others either.
So you possibly could approve the first two for second and final, and then ask us to correct this and bring it back.
Bring it
for
back,
third
I
read
think,
before
yeah.
Final.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I move we approve policy 9,500, 9,610 for second reading.
Second.
So it was moved by trustee Westfall and seconded by trustee Kip. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. It's approved unanimously.
Policy 9004, if you remember, was moved.
We,
from-
hold on,
Oh,
time out
sorry.
one second.
I'm sorry. That's
We
right.
need one more motion, possibly.
Madam Chair, I move policy 9,805 be revised and brought back to the board in December.
Second that, moved by trustee Westfall, seconded by trustee Simpson. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Moved. Correct, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just so excited to get to the next one. So
It should be a second
9004 is a first read. You can see this one or this one, both of them.
Yes.
Action item B and C are actually ready for second and final reads. And you can see in the blue what was changed, just school plant facility reserve is a very specific term under Idaho law. This district has never ran one, so it was just facility maintenance. And then if you remember, 5340 was just a change in dates. We're required by law to update this one every year.
Will be okay since the agenda indicates first reading for both those items.
I don't know the answer to that. I think if your motion says second and final read, our policy says that if it is in two separate board meetings and has been read twice, it can become final.
It just requires a second read.
Yeah.
Final.
Madam Chair, I move we approve for second reading policy 9004 and policy 5300.
Second. It was moved by trustee Westfall, seconded by trustee Keller. Any discussion? Excellent. Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. It's approved.
The next three sets of policies are first reads based on feedback. We have run this through our finance folks to see what makes sense. And so we've made initial changes to the ISBA policy that align with our behavior options and regular procedures, but we'd love to hear your thoughts and comments so that we can make any additional ones for a second read.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Yes.
On policy 7215, on the last page, there's an addition of general fund balance minimum. And then there's that whole paragraph on the right side that was deleted. Can you help me? Because, and so.
Remember what we did here.
So here we've got our general fund balance minimum, and it's I think this is an ISBA policy. It's not one we've had before. This general fund balance minimum of 5% is specific to the Nampa School Board. So then I was trying to understand all of this paragraph here that was deleted and where that language would have come from, if it was from a previous Nampa board or just the history.
So right here, basically, this is the section that got deleted from the ISBA policy here. So this is our new one. So basically where the 5% came is when I came on board, we had a negative fund balance, if you guys remember. So we had a plan to get ourselves that we had the supplemental levy that got us to almost to even. And then after that, we had a plan to get us to at least 5%, 1% a year after that. And so we developed this 5%. I think I borrowed it from Boise School District at the time to basically say that here they have a 15 to 20%. That would, we already kind of get a lot of grief for fund balance across the state as it is. Now I believe that more states like a much bigger fund balance. I think it's more practical, more realistic, but for some reason our state, they believe that anything too much is exorbitant, so we don't do that. So in anything, if we were to try to get to that much, we would have to basically be about $15 million, $15 or $16 million to get there, which would mean many years of basically that another $600,000, $700,000 that we wouldn't be able to do and pay raises to get there. So personally, I just felt that it was too much. This seems to be in a good number for us, so I just kind of stuck with this. And then we had, I think this was still in here, there was some replenishment deficiencies. So we just left the same of what we had. In our previous policy, we had it in different policies that we moved. And what we noticed with the ISBA policy, there's a whole bunch of just in one policy. So I think we just combined it all into one policy and kind of moved what we liked in there, took out this section with that, and then kind of left everything else that looked pretty good in ISBA's policy.
And you'll notice all that's deleted is an optional section of ISBA. If you'll go up to the very top line, the first line there, deleted. So all of that section was listed as an optional part from
Suggestion.
A suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think it's actually very good because we talk about that 5% on every single year.
Yeah.
And I think it truly helps us. And so I prefer not to get away from that anymore. We have, but I think 15 to 20% is a lot. And so that'd be way too much.
Okay, thank you for that background. That was helpful.
Yeah.
I didn't want to remove anything that like a previous board who went through a lot of that had a lot of conversation on. I almost called Brian McGordy and was like, hey, is this from you? Am I about to delete something that you worked, a lot of time on?
Yeah. No, the right is ISBA's.
Okay.
So we actually stuck with ISBA's and put ours back in to kind of combine.
Thank you.
Any other comments on either of these two, 7260 or 7215?
Madam Chair, move to approve policy 7215 and 7260 for first read.
I'll second it. It's moved by trustee Kip, seconded by trustee Simpson. Any comments, questions? Seeing none. All those, oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
Mr. Dewey, the principal approves the expenditures. Are there limits on the amounts? Trying to remember.
ASB.
So you're on the ASB.
Mhm.
If I remember right, no, there aren't. the exception to that. That's one of the ones we'd actually talked about whether or not we needed to do that. They still fit on our ASB, still fit within our same guidance with what expenditures need to be approved by the board and not. And they're generally the only times that we've ever seen anything of a large balance in ASB in most recent years has been the fireworks stands. And so those are the Skyview has one, I think Columbia has two. So that's a huge cost, but reality is there's a net cost to it. So it's really not us buying a $107,000 piece of fireworks stand. It's really, that's the product cost, and we sold so much for revenue, and it ends up netting 50 grand or 40 grand or whatever it is. Other than that, majority of all, what we were questioning on this one is whether or not I should be included in ASB expenditures as well. Right now, I'm currently not. So if this is a purview of the board, I think we might have put that the treasurer might need to be on there.
Do you remember the language here is that you are going to appoint an assistant treasurer for each one of those
It was
accounts?
kind of weird.
And felt like this was a little more doable.
Yeah, and so and currently we monitor ASB, but we don't do as much. And really the elementaries don't have a lot of ASB work anyway. We actually cut the checks for all ASBs out of this office anyway for elementary, and then the secondary cuts their own.
Trustee Westfall, do you want us to explore an average of those costs and explore a limit at the building level, or is curiosity?
It was curiosity because don't you put some limits on a school principal and their building budget, so the contract.
So when we're talking about ASB versus and district, there are certain things that we do that the system allows us to put a limit if we even want to create. We haven't done that at this time. But what were you saying, Peter? 7,500?
7,400.
7,400 has some of those restrictions that they have to fit within. But that's really contract.
Is that currently $5,000 at the building
Yeah,
level?
so it's really contract. So we allow, and that actually Superintendent Kohler was the one that brought that one out, because those are the ones for the copy contract, to be able to sell, to do to really be able to do our pictures, if you're in Dorian or whatever. So those smaller ones like that, we generally don't allow anything more than that in that level. Not
We
saying
could
that they don't try.
cross-reference the 7,400.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure, that's
that'd
a
be
great
good.
idea.
Yeah.
I like that.
But we do have expenses over 5,000. I mean, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. I mean, the boosters will get quite a bit for a football program that goes and does something. It's not like there's not expenses out there, but we do monitor that. And then you guys see a list of every one of those expenditures every single month as well. And
Right.
questions.
Yeah, I love the idea of a cross-reference, because I was thinking the same thing, and if you cross it, then it's right there, and people can go to it, so that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Excellent.
And you're comfortable with that wording because it's close to current practice.
Yeah, we didn't understand what an assistant treasurer really was. We've never done that. I don't know where that
And
came
could
from.
find no evidence that you ever had appointed one for all.
I don't even know who that means.
Yeah, he's like,
I have no idea. We've never appointed it, so.
I'm surprised you didn't ask for an assistant out of it.
So the last thing I need to have is more additional people here at the district office. So that is not one that I'd be asking. Trust me, I love it, but that's not gonna happen.
Perfect, thank you.
Again, if no other questions or discussion, all those in favor of a first read approval, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Walther is here tonight. I think all of his updates, though, because they deal with pending litigation, will be done in executive session. Is that true, Mr. Walther?
That is correct. Yes, we will discuss in executive session.
So just wanted to update the board that rezoning and redistricting is now moving forward. The state board was able to find the documentation of the exorcism of the property to Valley View, et cetera. And so those have been, Mr. Juris right now is working on, we exceed some of those limits, and so we need to rebalance it. We expect it to be just really tiny, minute in order to get those numbers back in. But we're still looking at that. And our plan was December work session to bring it to you for your review so that you could act on it in the second meeting in December. If you did look at our financials, you're seeing that we're beginning to see our staff begin to do some professional development outside of Idaho, et cetera. You're seeing per diems. You're seeing perhaps some reimbursement for travel. Just wanted to make you aware that those are all approved through an executive director. We look at where they're going and those type of things. And athletics and music have, in the recent days, have done a lot of professional development or participated in state competitions or those type of things. So that has incurred a lot of traveling. Wanted to give you your mini lesson on our vendors. Brown Bus actually had 2 checks this month, one on 10/4 and 10/18. 10/4, the 326,000 was our fees for August. They were a little behind, as you can imagine. All of their office folks were out driving buses, so their invoices were a tad bit behind in getting to us. We're regularly spending somewhere around the 800,000 mark for our average. Just want you to be aware of that, and that's the 8,000 or 801,000 that you see on the 18th. Mr. Dewey mentioned outside contractors for our new trustees. Another little lesson here. Centerpoint is listed here, and Centerpoint does a lot of our SLP contracting services, some behavior support. So whenever you see that, it's a pretty big item number, 141,000. Most of that's paid for out of our Medicare, not all of it, but some of that Medicaid, sorry, and Chatterbox. And Chatterbox exclusively does our SLP. You're aware that we're not able to hire all the SLPs in order to service our kids. You can also see this month GCA, which is code for ABM. So there's some acronyms for you. This is our custodial service.
Yeah, different letters.
But it's a pretty typical monthly bill, $272,000 to them. And then there is an expenditure to Teach for America for $17,500. That's an annual amount. We pay them for recruiting and finding teachers in some of our hard to fill spaces. Trustee comments. Jim Brown, Trustee Kit, any comments?
No, thank you.
Trustee Keller.
I guess extend congratulations to the new board members coming in. We're excited for you and excited to have you sit in this seat up here.
What are you saying?
Congratulations. And thanks for coming.
Trustee Ross. Trustee Westfall.
I'd like to thank everyone who ran, and certainly congratulations to the folks who won. It's hard to run for office, especially in a pandemic when things are so crazy. So, and thank you, trustees. I know our meetings are scheduled at a certain time, and I have work conflict. So, listening to you in the car driving over. So thank you.
Thanks for making it.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just quickly want to echo, yeah, thank you to all that ran and then those of you that won, and we're excited to have you on the team. So looking forward to continued working. Thanks for being here this evening. Board self-assessment.
That's me. Well, I'm just gonna be honest. We were almost prepared, Allison. We love you. It's okay. There was some minor, the agenda was well designed. It needs a little improvement. We had a couple of whoopsies, but it's not a big deal. We're all human. But we did stay within order and focus, so that was satisfactory. We all had good discussion. I think we were all courteous. We had good parliamentary procedure. Sense of responsibility for excellence in governing the district. Yeah, we had a great conversation about our board duties. adhered to adopted governance style, emphasize the future until the community, yes. We talked a lot about diversity, leadership, roles, responsibility. I think it was great. We just had a little book started thinking, it's honest, so. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Trustee Ross. And then our next work session, as we've discussed, is on December 6th at 6:30. And then our regular meeting is December 20th at 6:30. And I would entertain a motion.
Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Nampa School District number 131 recess from a public meeting into executive session in the manner and purpose authorized by section 74-206 Idaho Code to discuss matters pertinent to this district, specifically subsection 1B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student, and F, to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications of and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated.
Second.
Excellent. It was moved by Trustee Kip and seconded by Trustee Ross. Roll call. Vote,
Trustee
please.
Westfall. Aye. Trustee Ross.
Aye.
Trustee Kip.
Aye.
Trustee Keller.
Aye.
Chairman Simpson.
Aye.
Peter has a choice. Let's adjourn. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.